They say that some things just don't go out of style. That the true classics never die. Touring, exploration, combat, and now introducing long-haul freight. The all-new Roberts Space Industries Constellation Taurus still does it all.
At Crusader Industries, we believe that our values are more than a standard of behavior. They're our legacy and our inspiration. We don't defend them through sheer size or firepower alone. We ally ourselves with those who share our core beliefs. We make sure the real heroes make it to where they're needed most. At Crusader Industries, we know that lifting up others benefits us all.
Ferrets. Got away. No, I'm here, buddy. I'm here. Right. Guys. Yes. We are building a castle. Yes, Ferrets is trying to get my attention. Yes, I see your message about the address. Are you at work, are you? Right. We do need some music. All right. Idris Hyper's building. Yes, he's at work. Okay. He'll probably talk to me later today about it. Cable A. I've got the music playing, but alright, but it's not. CIG is now doing a stress test this weekend. I'm asking everyone to use capital ships to test out the server. Yeah, I knew about that. Right, C is fine. Oh, yeah, it's because the volume was all the way down. Fuck nuts. Alright. Now, why would CIG do... we talked about this last week. Oh, Tuesday? Was it Tuesday or last week? For everybody in chat, this is hysterically funny. I have mentioned before that there are people that feed me info that work in game design. And I keep telling Ferrets stuff that's happening. And he's like, oh yeah, we'll see. And then it happens. And he's always shocked. He is so shocked when it's true. And then rinse and repeat, right? It just keeps happening over and over and over. You're still hoping for a release, okay. So I'm going to turn off the screen for a sec, right? Because I don't think Ferrets has even seen this yet. So we're just going to block the screen for a bit so you get the actual reveal. And I need to bump up my travel speed. So guys, we have been designing our first set when it comes to the game that I'm making. The tower or the building, it's called Sanctuary. This will be the main location for the good fraction with the Watchers and for the Watchers and the Guardians, right? So these are the good guys. Now we had to give them a base, had to give them a building. So we've gone through and we've made this location. Now it's not finished by all means, right? Actually, let me see if I can get out of modeling mode. It's not finished by all means. It still has a long way to go. But we're going to be working on it today. As you can probably guess from the title, yes, it is a castle. My computer is having a hard time running this. So if we go to selection. Now, obviously, performance optimizations are not done. So any jittering or anything like that, please forgive for now. Yeah. I'm still hoping for a release, but there are too many things that are pointing to a release. Could be either way. Could be that they're doing in a new mission, or revamping an old mission that uses an Idris. So. Ferrets just wants his Idris, that's all he wants. He's like, give Idris. I need to update my graphics card too. I'm only running a 1080 at the moment, and it does seem to struggle a bit. I fell through the planet. Hang on a sec. That was my fault. I spawned in with my feet halfway through the ground. Yeah, already did the Headhunter mission and got my hands on the Idris last night. But that doesn't explain why there are claimed timers and prices. Well, they're always adjusting those. Right? They're always adjusting them. Yep, fast food planet. go. So just read it out. Okay. So there's a few changes that need to happen, but CIG needs to stop teasing the address. Well, to be honest, they're not teasing the address. You're teasing yourself with the address. This is like the world's biggest self-edging competition that you're currently running at the moment. I don't care about the double placement. It's all good. Shit happens. But like I said, that's you. You're the one that's sort of been constantly hyping yourself up and then getting deflated. Hyping yourself up and deflating. Yeah. So, guys, welcome to Century. This is the barracks and the garrison section of our tower. So, yeah. They haven't talked about the address in almost every video. Come on, man. It's me. You know, don't shit. Right. So, it is kind of massive. That's what she said. And we are getting stutters. Damn it. Like I said, there is no optimization at the moment, and there's also very bright lights. That's because I've been using them for decoration. So we'll go with the outside at the moment. Thanks, buddy. It's nowhere near finished yet, but it's getting there. Some of those steps need fixing. So we come up here. I fixed the tower now so you can climb those stairs as well. It's teased. I haven't watched one of their videos lately, so I'd have to rewatch one of their latest videos. But as far as I know, look, I would say it's coming, but I would say maybe the end of the year. Fleet Week, Invictus. What's the one that's end of the year? I think, to be honest, man, between you and me, I think at the end of the day, it probably would do you better if you did, and saying this as a friend, because that way when it does come out, by the way, I love the moon, when it does come out, you won't go through and you won't be sort of like deflated over it, you know. So have I got two? Yeah, there's two doors. Oh, gotcha. So apparently I need to fix some of the stairs. Let's go in this way. Oh yeah, yep, that one. So we're going to go into editor mode, so we can fly around, and I'll make it easier to show you it. Right. Oops. So here's the castle. Well, to be honest, this is the barracks section. Right, there you got the garrison tower, it's over here. Garrison tower over here, this is the garrison bridge here. And then obviously there's another bridge that goes over here. And then over here is the keep itself. So this is just the tower. Now we'll drop this down a bit. So, to give you an idea, now obviously keep in mind a lot of these assets need to be fixed, right? Like for example, that one. So like all this sort of stuff here needs to be fixed. So like for example that goes there. And then we can drag that out to there. Like that. And that one actually needs to go back a little bit. Like that. Right. I don't know why you're there. How about that one? He's so I didn't design the original building. I got it from the marketplace. But it's a lot of work that's gone into it. Right, so we obviously got the central tower. Right, which we're probably just going to basically seal off. We do have this, which is, this is the upstairs. So here. I was thinking about putting in some like posts or something here to sort of like show like reinforcements maybe. But this would be like the upstairs storage. No, buddy. So you go down here. This is obviously the back entrance. I'll be here most of the day, so it's all good. Now, like I say, we do have these bright lights at the moment. That's just so that we can illuminate the area and see what's going on. Because that allows us to see little things like this. Right. And now this one, for example, we go through, ungroup this, and we drag that. Like that. Oh, that's the point light. We want Bloody McLightface. to do. Why? Oh, no, I didn't need that. That's there. Yep. Yeah. Like I say, like, to be honest, this area here you're probably not going to be able to get into anyway. Oh, what's in here? Might be able to make this like a secret entrance. So we're going to obviously ward this off, right? So So, like I say, you won't see this area, but it has raised the outside area, but doesn't look too bad actually. Want one of these little things. Go like that. God, I hate it when it does that. damn it. Where was I? This is one of the back doors. Maybe that's where I was. Can't remember where I was walking now. I know I was under one of the staircases. Staircases are only at the back and the front. Ah, there it is. It's at the back. Why is all that above? I like the idea of making this a passageway. They would have had them too. They would have had them in the castles. We'll circle back. Oops, that didn't work. Ah, it's because of the point. Been rotated. Oh. I know it's minor, but it's going to bug my OCD if I don't fix it. Every time you move something, you got to check every side just to make sure it's not, you know, on the other side of the wall, sticking out or something. If I was to move this one there to match the other side, which would be technically like that. See, that matches there. If we come out here, it'll look like that. There you go, works. Now, I'm gonna put like a statue or something in there. But actually, to be honest, to be honest, I actually kind of like the indent better. You can put like statues or something in there. But yes, I know my normals on my doors and stuff still don't work sometimes. Same with the floor too, I have to fix them. Now, So on this one too, right? Now, that is obviously a floor level. It's a bit narrow though. And there's a pretty big gap between that and the one above. Which would actually work actually. Oh, this looks like it's pretty rough. Oh, that's pretty rough. You can do that one. window, right? Yeah. So technically we can... put it all the way to there. And put that on. Oops. And this one can come back. And that doesn't affect the outside, does it? No. And you hit the wrong button. Alright. That looks... Now we need to do the other side as well. What are you? Yeah, you're the railing. Yeah. And you don't put your flooring in straight. Or joining up, I should say. Didn't fix the rest of them. Fuck my life. Oh. So that's one level. You're gonna pick this up. Right. Yeah. Let's drag this one over. Alright, so we got that's that height. We do have a very big Very big gap between those two. Wonder if we could put an extra height. What if we say something like that, maybe? This castle's fucking huge. We're not gonna fill it all. There's gonna be so much room for expansion. It's not funny. Right, so we want red. Oops. I was going to say, that's not straight. That's straight. So it's got to stay that height because of that. Bottom one is slightly red. Yeah, there. Just noticed it. Thanks. It's yeah. The it also depends on the pivot points and stuff too, which is annoying sometimes. Just subscribe. Have a great night. Check off. Thanks, bud. Thanks for the sub too, by the way. So it's the green one we want to copy. There we go. That one, that one, that one, and that one all need to be moved over. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one all need to be moved over. God, there's so much flooring to be done. We can go through and we can group these. So it's now a group. And then we duplicate it again. And then that should be two groups. And then we can duplicate that to make four. And then we can duplicate it again to make 8. Undo, click. And then we want to duplicate all that. And put that all to there. Then duplicate it all again. I know there's probably stuff going on the outsides at the moment, but just so we can get this done. And then duplicate that again. duplicated. We lost the light. Come here, little. There. Now. Drag him outside just to check. Can't see anything. No, right, go inside. Out of curiosity, have you ever tried doing this in unlit mode? Yeah, I used to use unlit, and it sort of makes it look a bit like that. It's yeah. I was using it for a while, but it was just easier, just more detail with the light. Right, so that flooring is done. Now I presume, like I said, I presume there's a whole bunch of areas where there's actually it doesn't look like there's many at all. Ah. Yeah, never mind. Mate, no, don't be no, don't feel bad. No, I appreciate any suggestions. Yeah. That's what chat's there for. I appreciate the offer. Or the suggestion, actually. I did use it, I did try it, yeah. Don't ungroup button. Shift G. Cool. There we go. Shift G. 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 Now what we're going to do is going to go through and we're going to delete all these that are over the edge. No, we want to keep that one. Is this a game? Is this for a game? Yes, it is. Yes. Yeah, it's an actual game environment. Yes, I am. Yep. For the moment, we're just sort of supposed to be just prototyping things. But yeah. So what we'll do is we'll go through. We'll prototype and get it all ready and get it all working and everything. Make it look pretty. And then we'll probably do like a Kickstarter or something, maybe. But funding model is something I've been thinking about for a while. And look, we've got some pretty ambitious plans, as you can tell. Yeah. It's gonna take some money. So, yeah. Ideally, I'd like to cut a check from Bethesda or EA or something for $350 million and Instead of spending it on stupid things like Concord, they can give it to me and I'll do a decent amount with it. Oh yeah, yeah, medieval. Same as mine then. Yeah, mine's piracy. So 1680s. Money and top. Yeah, tell me about it, man. Tell me about it. No. What's the epic mega grant? Epic Mega Grant financial awards provides by Epic Grant support projects that use Unreal Engine or range from 5,000 to 500,000. Oh, okay. The application process will have undergone changes as of Epic introduces a structural two-phase application process. Instead of maintaining an open application system throughout the year, the eligibles must be 18 years or older, which I am, which must be created using UEFN. So I'm presuming it's created using UEFN or UE, I presume. Projects that receive a grant continue to own their own intellectual property, which is great. Are free to publish it as they wish, which is great. Grants include 25,000 to the entire amount, which is typically 5 weeks from the acceptance. Epic emphasizes the project should either be highly educational, given back to the community by sharing mastery, or pushing the engine in some way. Well, talk about pushing the engine in some way. It'd be a good starting point. Yeah, it'd be a great starting point, to be honest, man. So what we're planning... I'll show you the castle, because it's an absolute monster. What we're planning is this. It's a game set in the 1680s. By the way, this is only half of it. 1680s, where the Earth has been overrun by demons and creatures and monsters. And you basically team up with your companion that you meet along the way, and you go through and you basically try and take back the world from these evil creatures. Don't go into too much detail because you never know who's listening, but it's the basis. But the Earth that we want to make is hopefully 1-to-1 scale. So talk about pushing the engine, we're going to do that. Thanks, buddy. The asset was actually from the marketplace, but it's been heavily modified, as you can see. So there was another one over here, another tower which we've destroyed, and we're going to rebuild it. But the garrison tower was sort of gone through, and let me turn the speed down. So we went through today and we put this door in here, so you can now go outside, and you can now walk across the garrison towers. And then of course the other tower, bridge to the other tower will be over here. But this is like the social space, like the headquarters. Rooted in medieval jousting and horseback. Oh, yeah. So a little bit before me. How you going with the horse riding and the the animations for the horse riding. So I need to fix that part. Actually, we could probably just extend that down. Right. Something like that. Open world, but not fully. Just to give a few details. Yeah. Seems interesting, man. You got a name for it, or a code name at least? So we have this room, which, and yeah, I know my normals are on my assets are screwing up. I have to fix them in Blender. I tried fixing them in Unreal Engine, but it didn't work. So the problem with using other assets, I suppose. All right, what now? Multiple environments. The mechanics are almost done. Working on the environmental stuff and leveling info stats. You'll be able to customize armor, equipment. Working title is World of Jousting. Oh yeah. How long you been doing it for? How long you been working on it? Select the static mesh, go into modeling, and then flip normals. Yeah, I tried that. So we can try it again, see if it works. So what we'll do is we'll find one that's not grouped, in case it's the group that's bugging it. I can just ungroup. Wow, 2 and 3. Holy jeez, man, that's a lot. How are you finding the engine now? Is it? I presume you've seen some great distances. I'm not sure. Like I said, it's not my asset. It was actually originally from the marketplace. So I haven't had a chance to have a fully look into it yet. Keep pressing the wrong button. Let's have a look at it. So if I go, like, there's one side there, see that side is empty. So I'm guessing it's probably one side. It's come a long way, yeah. It's not the normals, because there's the normals there. And they look decent there. You can make it two-sided in the details or in the modeling. Yeah, one-sided. Okay, that's cool. I need to know that. So let's get out of this. Yeah, sure, man. Like I say, don't be afraid to make suggestions in chat, man. I have no problems with it whatsoever. If you want to make a suggestion after it's finished saving, though. Fucking save every 5 minutes is annoying as shit. I think it's just because I'm putting so many assets in. It's probably got like, you know, like every 5,000 assets or every 5 minutes. Alright, so you say go into the modeling, right? Yeah, you can make it two-sided in the details or in the modeling mode, I want to say. Modeling mode. UVs. Go into the modeling and cut the static mesh in half and then copy the same thing onto it and weld them together. Ah, yeah. So go into the mesh. Try select. Actually, what would we be better off doing? If we lift one up, get it away from all the floor, and we can have a decent look at it. Yeah, that's the one. So you're talking, taking the mesh. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. So mesh. Oh, sorry. Modeling. Right. X form. Mesh probably, right? Copy the mesh so it's a new mesh. Duplicate. You mean duplicate it? Well, actually, to be honest, I want it to affect all the ones I have. Because, to be honest, it's going to be a lot easier to affect them all and then to go through and to change them all. Yeah, so I don't mind actually going through and I don't mind changing the one I've got. Ah, first, yeah, okay, gotcha. So we want to go through and we want to did we try select? Yeah, well that's true too. We need to go through and we need to cut this in half and then copy it. I know how to do it in Blender, but I'm not sure how to do it in here. Mirror? The latest 5.55, 5.4. I think it is 5.5. Poly cut. Gotcha. Poly cut. Plain cut, actually. Okay. Plain cut. We're doing both halves. What we want to do is we want to invert it though. Yeah. Yeah. So we want to invert this, right? Because at the moment it's going to cut the top off, which is not what we want. We want to cut the... There we go, flip planes. There we go. So we go through and we do that. Right. And then... Can we just mirror it? No. Oh, maybe. No. And now we want to duplicate it. Yeah, I know what to do. Yeah, I think, yeah. I know what to do. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it because I'm not used to doing this stuff in here. I'm used to doing it in Blender. Like that. Yep. And cool, there we go. Alright, first time I've done that in Unreal Engine. Now, did that... you know how we went through and duplicated it? I think I did it in the actual master. Yeah, no, that looks good. Yeah. I think I did it to the master anyway. Yeah, I did. Whoopsie. Yeah, I noticed. It's actually pretty good, actually. So we can delete that one. Well, like I said, to be honest, a lot of the floor had to be replaced anyway. References. They shouldn't be. Reference viewer. Yeah, no, there's no references. Delete. Can always undo. Like I said, a lot of the floor had to be. I wanted to do the master originally, because of all the fact that like there's so much floor there. So. But yeah, it's always a good idea to duplicate it and keep it back up, I suppose. There's a few of these assets that need to be touched up. So yeah, I do think that some of them we're gonna have to do in Blender though. First rule back up. Second rule, don't forget the first rule. Yeah. Like for example over here, like these windows, right? That's the window there, but it's technically not a window, it's just baked on. And like the doors too. Some of the doors have yeah, maybe. So what I need to do with these is I need to go through and actually make that glass. Because I imagine at the moment it's just a material. It's not glass. Like this here too, same thing, right? You actually bring up the asset. You really have to go in outside program? Oh yeah. Yeah, I suppose at the end of the day, yeah, see it's just an asset. So I suppose at the end of the day they keep making these tools more and more powerful, then eventually you wouldn't have to, right? There's a way to use the textures to do that? I'll have to look into that. So it looks like, actually, maybe, is it? Or is it just the fact that there's a texture behind it and it's stopping the glass? So like you can see there, makes you wonder if I was to strip out this part, would it actually be glass? Let's find out. Could be one or the other. Well, there's one way to find out, right? Yeah, I think... Fly into it. I'm doing the computer's favourite thing, saving. Let's find out. So it looks like it's actually... I would say it's actually... most of the... Yeah, that's what I would say actually. So if we do strip that side off it, the back off it, it should be fine. Let's do your favourite thing, which is back up. We want to duplicate. So that's the backup there, right? Now fine cut. You say it's painted, not translucent. Depending on how it's painted, you have to do a mask thing in its texture. You can then make the texture for the window allow the light through. Oh yeah. I have no idea how to do that. I'll have to look that up. I'll look that up on Google and see if I can find some way to do it. But see, there's a lot of windows here too, so all that sort of stuff needs to be done. This one here needs to be fixed as well. Get rid of these blocky things off the edge. Actually, interesting. Shift G. Okay, yeah, so the group is just the top part. Nice, buddy. Thank you. Thank you for your help, by the way. I appreciate it. Ah, it's grouped. So now we can go through and we can delete these extra ones. Not that one. That one we can delete.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies. All
Sorry. Now. A lot of little things need to be tidied up. This side obviously needs a serum treatment, so you go through ungroup. Delete that one. Thinking like maybe like master bedroom. Just wondering what to do about bathrooms. It's like technically there's no running water. Not the 1680s, right? So Sorry, I have a little pimple. That one, that one, that one, that one. That one and that one. There. And move it over to there. That one we can go through, and of course we want to ungroup. Sorry, ungroup. And then we want to duplicate that into there. And over here we want to go through and we want to ungroup. And we want to duplicate that one into there. Now if we go outside, have we made a mess of outside? There's some light coming from over here. Go back to it. Right, so we group them all together. What we'll do is we'll go through, we'll put in all the floor, and then we'll come back and fix up stuff like this, because we're going to have to ungroup and yick. How's it looking over here? Like a light's missing. Right, gotcha. Where have we got a light here from? Okay. Gotcha. Right, so let's go through it and let's put in most of the flooring that we can. That one, and we'll put in that one. And then we'll put in that one. And then we'll put in the next one. Oops. And then we'll put in the next one. I'm gonna have to go unlit. We have to join, make sure we join them. And then, okay, it doesn't need to be that big. Oops, edit, redo. And then we can go through and unselect. And to this, that, and then we duplicate it again. Right. Like that. Now this one and this one, we want to go through and we want to duplicate it to there. And then this one to there. And then this one there, and then this one there. Right. Does it get there? And then we want to go back to the probably want to fill these guys. These are our little lighties. Now, we're gonna actually, we will group this part just so we can move it all as one. So that's the roof there. Now can we move this up? Like that. It's a little bit sticky out there. What if we drop the roof? Can't. Just gonna have to have it with a little bit sticking down. But to be honest, we could even put like a false roof there if we need to. There's plenty of room there. Oh. Let's see how it looks. Oh, you sticking out. Hello. Oh no, you're not. Because there's that. Gotcha. Right, so what have we got? To be honest, we could probably just move it back a bit. Be safe. Copy the green value. Now, probably don't need that one. No, we don't. Alright,
I'm running away.
seem to have hit the very disco-y. Big rope. Alright. Are there any errors in the floor? It's a design choice. It's not an accident, it's a design choice. some over here too. Multiples? Shouldn't be. There we go. So that's tile floor. Tile floor. Ah, so that floor tiles, and this is tile floor. Gotcha. Probably wouldn't have to have different ones. Oh, hang on, I didn't do those. It's not a gap, it's a design choice. Fuck. It's a gap. got extra on that side. Of course, now there's a gap over there, right? Oh yeah.
So,
And no ferret.
I don't know why, but the last days of the weeks always wear me out.
It's because you love your job.
My job doesn't pay me enough for that bullshit. How you doing?
I'm building flooring.
Sounds nice.
So, dude, this castle is massive. Oh, when I first built it, I thought, oh, it's too small. Now I'm starting to think it's too freaking big.
Yeah, from the little bit that I was watching you before I got super busy at work, it looked pretty big.
Actually, I'll get you just if you want to watch, just jump into the stream. I was going to share the screen, but Unreal is chugging along a little bit as it is.
Yeah, I completely understand.
So that's the flooring.
So, CIG decided that everyone was having too much of fun hijacking third like addresses. So, in the latest the PTU patch, they unlocked the mission behind a reputation wall. Now you have to have a max rank with like hunters before you can even see the mission.
Ah, okay.
That's gonna take a long ass grind right there. Well, it was fun while it lasted for a few hours. Now I'm gonna be spending most of my time trying to grind out all of those ranks just to rank up to see if anything is different or not. Well, probably not. Yeah, I was hoping to try to catch you last night so I can show off the ship, but I think you were busy. Yeah. But you were probably busy.
I was working.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I should have kept working last night longer than I already did because of today. Like today's Good Friday over here, so nothing's open.
Yeah.
I haven't even bothered checking Uber. But I was going to say, I went through and I came home just to drop off the shopping and before heading back out again, and flicked the lights safety switch on my power board and had no lights for half the night because my neighbour has the power board on her house and she's decided to put a great big fence around her house.
I see.
Yeah, it's a point of contention.
You didn't tell her, hey, knock it off?
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to build a castle over here.
I didn't mention the castle part, but I told her to knock it off. But after last night, it's going to be another warning again about knocking it off because I need to be able to get access to the power board. Just really illegal what she's doing. Alright, so now we can go through and we can group that. Look, thinking. There we go. We're gonna regroup.
Thinking. Well, gamers, don't worry. Like in another 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you won't have to hear me talk about the Idris anymore.
What's that?
Well, because by that time we will know that all of my excitement would be for nothing, and then I would no longer be excited, and then we would have to wait until next year.
Oh. Well, at the end of this year. I really do think it's going to be IAE. Like, let's face it, if you're going to release the Idris... Well, Fleet Week, though.
I mean, it would make more sense for a Fleet Week launch because it's a military ship, and Fleet Week is all about military ships.
I'm just going through and just cleaning up some of these extra parts.
So, the one thing that got this whole thing all kicked off was that fucking paint, man. But so like Hater, he came out and he said just because there's a paint doesn't necessarily mean that the ship is getting released.
Well, that's true. Like, there is a little bit of work, the pre-work that has to be done before the before it goes into game.
Plus, people are saying like we can't have the ship yet until we have like engineering and the Maelstrom thing and all that. So everyone is basically saying we're going to be getting 2 huge pieces of a tech within the next 8 months, which I don't see that happening at all.
Well, depends on what they're working on.
Well, I mean, we know that they are working on like engineering, and then we know that they're working on base building.
So hang on, why do we need
But-
Maelstrom for Deidre's?
Updated damage models.
So that's the flooring I've got there. I know there's probably a whole bunch of flooring hanging up window. I can fix it all later. I'm just wondering, do we need this space up here for something?
Oh, we can always use that space for something.
Can always use more space in a massive, great big mansion. By the
We can
way,
always find space for things, don't worry.
but by the way, also keep in mind too. So as we go down here, I can't see shit. Hang on. I'm like, so there's this level. There's this level. Right. So I think. No, hang on. We still gotta go down. No, here we are. Right. So
You installed a basement? Alright.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, so to give you an idea, right? Here's the entrance. Right. So in that we've then got this level. Then we've then got this level down here, which actually needs to be split into 2 or 3 sections again. And then we've got this level, which takes us down to the front entrance. And then we've got this level, which is actually the front entrance. And then we've got all this.
There's something wrong with you gamers, isn't there?
I didn't build the barracks. Okay? I don't want to hear it. I didn't build the barracks. This is not my fault.
It could be.
No, it's not. It's not. So, I'm not taking the responsibility for this. We need to go back to that.
But to be honest, this year for Fleet Week though, the lineup is, I mean, to me personally, the lineup feels a little for ship releases, like getting the Star Lancer Tactical, getting the Anvil Paladin, both of those, from what people are saying, are going to be straight to viable ships, which makes sense. CIG has been teasing the tactical for a while now. trying to think what else. They think the Perseus will be there as a static model, although there are some people that believe it's going to be launched on Fleet Week, but you know. That's a little bit more like hopeful than what I'm like hoping for is for a like interest a drop, but you know everyone is a little bit delusional in their own ways. There were a few other ships, but like at least for their launching, like the tactical and the paladin. I mean, I might get the paladin. Oh, the Asgard. People are thinking something's gonna happen with the Asgard. It might be a concept to sale though.
Right.
The Asgard is basically another Valkyrie variant, but designed to carry a single heavy vehicle like a Nova tank or a ballista.
Right.
For some reason, people are thinking that it's going to be the size of a fucking hammerhead, though. I have no idea where that came from.
Ugh. Yeah, God knows.
People be weird these days, I tell you. I'm a simple ferret. I just want one thing and one thing only, and it's to be happy with my Idris. But that's not gonna happen. Not yet. You're saying maybe end of the year. I'm saying 18 months because with the CIG that makes sense.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, man, I get why they put things off. I really do. It's
I don't know, it's just like it's so close. And it's like it feels like they're teasing it by putting it in the game as a mission.
well, they are teasing it.
And well, yeah, but I mean, like, it wouldn't be so bad if they just what's the word? If they publicly addressed the like issue, like, we understand that you're trying to keep some things as rewards for Squadron 42 and all that, but like, at least give us a solid like answer on whether or not you're planning on actually launching it early or keeping it for Squadron 42, because last that we heard was they were keeping it for Squadron 42, but that was during a Citizen Con in 2023. That was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And since then, we haven't heard anything. And that's what is getting me, is like, they know we want this ship. They know that it's almost to the finish line, and they know that it's driving us insane every time that they tease it, but the thing is, though, they're not addressing it. I just want them to say something.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, look, it's always a balancing act of, you know, expectations versus what you can do, right? Like, this is what I've been trying to say to people for a while. At the end of the day, yes, it would be great to have the Idris in the game right now, sure. But what are you going to do with it?
There's actually a few things that you can actually do with it. Now, the first thing is, it can be a counter against the Polarises that we have. Another thing
But
is
they're only new. They're only just put in the game.
the second thing is they're bringing in these these new missions. There will be two separate type of missions where if you escalate them like high enough, they will spawn another Idris that you have to take down. And at the moment, from what I could actually tell last night due to the combat, a single Polaris will not be able to defeat a Idris. Maybe two, but you're probably going to need three. And that's because it has a ton of pointed defense guns. Its health has been doubled, last I've heard, so it's a tanky thing right there. I mean, like, it's going to take some serious firepower, and totally expect fights to probably be longer than 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And I mean, in a way, that's okay, but like, you can't sit there and say that there's nothing for it to do, because there are things for it to do, like, other than those reasons. And this is also going to sound pretty corny, but it's also good for a roleplay. I mean, there are people out there that absolutely do that.
Oh yeah.
A fourth thing is, it would be super helpful for navigating the pyro system, because it's so large that, like, sometimes you have to fill up a few times if you're actually bouncing all over the system. But if you have a like Idris out there, you could probably charge people as a taxi service.
But all this stuff that you're mentioning is stuff that's come out in the past, say, 6 months.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that is pretty fair, yeah.
So, you know, like, at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying is that I suspect the Idris is probably going to be sooner rather than later, i.e. probably at the end of the year is my estimate. And, but, you know, like I say, at the end of the day, they're just, it's a case of, okay, we've got these new systems in, we've just put them in, they're in the universe less than 6 months. Now we need to wire things up to the Idris. And that takes time.
And also, I'm assuming that's also that could probably be a reason for the test this weekend as well, right?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, it's just like everything that we've uncovered over the last 2 days. It's very suspicious, and I mean, like, I'm not like 100% convinced anymore that there will be a launch, but like, everything that has happened is suspiciously saying that they are teasing a launch, which, if they do surprise us and actually do one, that would probably be like the biggest thing that would like ever happen this year. But on the other hand, if nothing happens and nothing actually happens, and we can continue on with our lives, just a little bit more disappointed. That's kind of where I'm at right now.
What launch are you thinking?
For the Idris.
The Idris is not coming this weekend, man. Come on.
I didn't say this weekend. No.
I thought you did. Sorry, I am designing while I'm
No,
talking to you.
no,
So yeah, I thought you said
no.
this weekend.
This weekend is the test. I mean, no, like when I say the launch, it's going to be during Fleet Week. But like I said, I'm not 100% convinced anymore that it will happen. But I feel like it's more of a 50-50 at this point. If nothing actually happens, and nothing actually happens, I will be bummed out for a bit, but then I will get over it and just continue on waiting as I have for the last 5 years.
Mm.
Wait, has it been 5 years? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23? 7 years. I'm sorry. It's been 7 years. Wait, no.
So I'm thinking about making
6 years. I bought it in 20. Did I buy it in 2020? I don't even remember when I bought the damn thing. I think it's a 2020 or 2021. It's one of those. So like 5-6 years. I've been waiting for like 5-6 years now.
So I'm thinking about making this all upstairs barracks.
I turn it into a brothel. That's how you really draw in the freaking gamers.
There are brothels in the game, and you will be able to quote relieve tension.
Ah.
You probably won't see anything though, unfortunately.
You're gonna go with the black screen? Ah, oh, God, you suck.
Well, it's not a case of what I want, it's a case of what the censorships will allow me to put.
I mean, Cyberpunk can't do it, why can't you?
Even Cyberpunk was very creative with their angles.
And get creative with your angles.
We already are. There's a scene where in the single player where you basically you fuck the female guardian that's your companion.
Yay!
Actually, you do it.
There's a reason why she's your companion.
Oh yeah. Actually, even in the single player, you actually guys have a kid together. Actually, she gets pregnant and has a kid.
Sounds like that, right? Did you hear that they delayed the Dune game?
No, did they?
Yeah, delayed it by a little bit. It was supposed to release May 20th, but it got pushed back into June.
Well, not surprised.
So it's not a huge delay, but you know, it's still a delay.
These guys are actually just static meshes and stuff. There's no blueprint, is there?
Yeah, CIG made the Valkyrie a lot more tanky.
I like the Valkyrie,
Yeah.
I really do. It's unfortunate.
I do too, actually.
It's expensive.
Yeah, they actually gave it a lot more love now. It now has a 90 SCU cargo grid.
Right.
The two weapons mounted on the wingtips have been slaved to the pilot, so now you have 2 size 3s and 2 size 4s.
Oh shit. That'll ruin something.
And now it's been buffed up to 90,000 like HP.
Nice. Well, it's look,
Yeah.
to be honest, between you and me, it's supposed to have it, right? Because You know.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be a like heavy dropship
Yeah.
with a thick armor and all that. And they also buff the raft as well, the Argo raft. I don't know if you remember that one or not.
No.
Well, originally the original design behind the Argo raft was it was supposed to be a heavy-duty cargo transport where it was supposed to haul 332 SCU boxes or like the containers,
Right.
but due to how a cargo is starting to span out, that's not going to exactly work right now. So they removed the clamps that were supposed to hold the containers, and they just gave it a flat cargo grid on it. So it went from like 96 SCU to 192 SCU. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
It's not emitter. It's is it Niagara? I'm fixing my lamps, torches.
Yeah.
Mainly because I keep putting them into the base, and I'm gonna have to replace them all, and that's just fucking annoying.
Yeah. They have the Carrack partially working for its cargo pods.
Okay.
The doors have finally opened up.
Right.
The doors have finally opened up. Now they have to figure out how to make them lower.
Well, that's just animation.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Did you hear the change about the caterpillar? With its like doors.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Yeah. The doors finally go all the way down to the ground now.
Yeah.
The Carrack has the top remote turret slave to the pilot now. The Reclaimer has 3 turrets slave to the pilot, I think. I think it was 3. Yeah, like there's a lot of ships that they went through, and then they gave them extra firepower by slaving the turrets and the remote turrets to the pilot to give them a little bit more combat efficiency. They are also adding in a lot of new locations in Stanton and Pyro. Like on these mining base or like these mining outposts. Like in Stan alone, like 140 of them. So at the moment, their only use is for the ambush missions.
Yeah, a sec. I'm just copying a whole bunch of settings. Candles.
Yeah, no, that's alright. I completely understand how all that stuff goes.
Source radius. What's that? That is one after. And I need to fix the color, which is just that. And that. Okay. Compile. So yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, I knew they're doing ship balancing. They talked about that in the past. It's no secret.
Yeah.
Now I need to add an emitter particle. Maybe. What's the particle effect? Doesn't look like it's Niagara. So cascade, particle system, fire. There we go. And copy that and then paste. Save. If I go and close that, and now use the blueprint, it should get rid of a whole bunch of shit off my. So let's just bring in the blueprint for float guy. There you go. Actually, it looks better than the this one. Alright. And because it's a blueprint, we can make it so it turns on and off. So therefore, it saves resources.
Alright.
And also, we can also make it so that the statue is actually slightly different. Different statues. Do all sorts of stuff with blueprints. It doesn't seem to be actually as bright as, so it has to be the point light. So we'll torch. Open that up. The point light. I'm going to drag it over to this other screen. You guys won't be able to see it for now, but I will be able to still. So there's something wrong with my point light. It's 3, it's candles, it's that, it's that. Right. Effects world, yes, yes. Oh, there we go, sorry. Other setting still. 50. The barometric intensity is 0. Advanced is just fall off.
Oh,
Yep. Rendering. Visible, yes.
when do you think we're gonna see Nyx?
No idea. Probably not for another year or so.
I was actually talking to a guy in one of the discords, and he thinks it's coming in June.
June this year.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
I told him, yeah, Even I know that's not going to happen at any time
Yeah.
this year.
Um,
That you used to go up on Mulholland Drive and park and visualize seeing yourself as
Yeah, I would visualize, yeah, I would
this is when you were
visualize,
broken core.
right, having directors interested in me and people that I respected saying, you know, I like your work or whatever that is, and I would visualize things coming to me.
now, if I go through and
Drive home and think, well, I do have these.
turn it off,
They're out there. I just don't have a hold of them yet, but they're out there. I wrote myself a check for
that's
$10
better.
million for acting services rendered, and I gave myself 5 years or 3 years, and I dated it Thanksgiving 1995. Just before Thanksgiving 1995, I found out that I was going to make $10 million dollars.
Delete that.
Choose your fighter.
And now that's working.
Fight.
Oh, touch, go.
You win.
Three oh four five. Yeah, 4-5. Yep, it does delete it. Cool, just wanted to double check. Right, so Hey, did you hear Katy Perry went to space?
No, didn't she go up there for like 5 minutes and then came back down?
Hey, don't be a bigot!
You're right, sorry. It was 8 minutes.
She went
She's
to
an
space and then she kissed the ground and she liked it.
Oh, so you're trying to say that she's fully embracing where she belongs?
You know, I was gonna put out a meme where it's a NASA guy or a space station or a Origin or whatever, and he's just like, it's like him and Jeff Bezos standing over a console, and he's just like, you know, I've got control. I can make it leave the solar system, and Jeff's like thinking, like, because his wife's on the plane, on the space shuttle, and he's like, it's cheaper than divorce.
I mean, you're not wrong. It is cheaper than divorce.
Especially for him.
God, if he ever got a divorce, it would
You mean
financially
again?
ruin him.
You mean again?
Yeah,
You
it would
know,
financially ruin him again.
the,
I think. I don't know. I'm not supposed to be thinking rich as fuck, can't I say?
His ex-wife was just over here in Australia just recently.
Oh yeah? Interesting.
Alright, so could probably bump the lighting up a little bit, but anyway.
So,
So that's the back. I'm getting lost in my own mention. Here it is. Here's the front. Oh wow, I can just click replace actor. Fuck my life. I don't know, the point lights just don't seem to be right. They seem to be duller. I can't see the setting.
have you tried turning it off and on again? I heard that tends to fix a lot of problems.
Mm. Seven bright candles. Alright.
Now I'm done making dinner. I can sit down, relax, and wait for my dinner to cool off so I can eat it. Made rice with potato soup. Also, today's Inside Star Citizen was very thrilling.
Well, with the hairstyles.
Yeah, it was all about hair.
Which, to be honest, is actually interesting, but just not for you guys. It's interesting for like people like me. There's a lot that goes into hair, man. To be honest, it's.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Plus, they did give us a sneak peek at another new like animal that's coming into the verse eventually. It looked like some weird goat, like some weird hairy goat thing.
Right. We need a new print. What is this? Vase? Really?
You know, that reminds me, I should pull you up on one of my extra monitors that I'm not using.
Probably. Be nice.
So you don't feel left out.
Close that. And then here. And so we got the wall torch, and then hang on a sec. We want to go through and unselect group. Delete the group. That's the fire, which is standard. That's the deco vase. Copy that. What would you call this? Like this little thing here, like a fire pit? No, vase fire?
Cauldron? I think that's what it's called, a cauldron?
Sounds good. I know it's spelled wrong. I'll fix the spelling in a sec when I Google how to spell it. Viewport. We want to do that, select that, and then we want to change that to base. And now we want to move the particle and that, and move it over. Move it down. Move it over. Move it over. Yep, it's center. Save. And then we want to go back to perspective and save that, and we can close that. Now this we can delete. I'll delete both those actually. content drawer. Oh, right, we need to fix that spelling. Cauldron, there we go. Would this be... sorry. Would this be a cauldron, or is there another name for it? Yeah. Yep, what you built definitely looks like a cauldron. Right. Dynamic asset. So there's that one, and drag it over to here. Now, is lit. Put that as a boolean because it's a yes or no. A question mark there, so it is lit. Now, we don't need that. I just realised I wrote is light. Is lit. Is it lit? Yes or no? And then if it's true, Set active particle system. Then that down here and down to that. Now that particle system actually can be shared, so we can get rid of this one. Right, so if it is lit, the particle system is on. If it's not, it's deactivated. And then we want to set point light, be set active. Point light. And move that to there and we make that as active. And then we duplicate that. Make the target as that. Make that as that. And like that. We want to make it as lit. We make it so that it is those. Save. And we want to turn that off. Save. Now the cauldron is lit.
Oh yeah, that reminds me.
Mhm.
Another thing that that was found in the PDTU was that every ship was given a computer flight blade. Whatever that is for, we don't know.
Right.
Do you know what it's for?
I presume it has to do with the what'd you say? A flight blade?
Yeah,
Maybe it's recalling ship.
I'm thinking, could it possibly have something to do with with your ship's registration?
No, a flight blade is normally hang on, particle system. That is fine. The flight blade is normally things like, for example, your flight, like AI, like autopilot and stuff. That would be my guess.
Hmm. Maybe they're gonna take a page out of like Elite Dangerous book and give us like auto land and like auto takeoffs maybe.
Well, that was the original plan, but the
And then the front tier took it from us. Damn it!
and then
I'm not joking.
yeah, and then they found out they could actually fly around on planets, like what we do now. Which actually started off with, believe it or not, with a dev going home and working on it on his weekend.
Hmm.
Some reason.
I don't like that CIG has untouched my beautiful F8. It turns like a brick now, and it's not a good brick either. A good brick is the Legidrus. The F8 is a bad brick.
Flint light is set visible. Flame is not. Let's just try that. For some reason, it's not shutting off the particle effects. Right, guys, I'm gonna go have a break. First, I'm gonna go have a shower. I'll have a bath at least, and
All right.
try and figure out what's going on with this in the bath. What time is it?
For me or for you?
Oh, it's only 4 o'clock. I'll jump in Discord on my phone. If you don't mind splashing water.
I mean, that's up to you, I guess.
Anyways, guys, apart from that, everybody else, I'm gonna go and turn my hair out, trying to figure out why my frigging effects aren't working.